Oh. Yeah, so another day, another stream, I guess. Today I'm a little bit off in time. Couldn't sleep very well, but fortunately I've been quite behaving well yesterday evening and coded a little bit off stream. So let's make a test here. Okay. So chat is working. Microphone test 1 2. Okay, that's good. Okay, so we are here in the scene. Is this copyright? Yeah, that's copyright free. Super. Okay, so we have this scene here. Where yesterday I did go in and made something very special, which I'm kind of proud of. So what we finished here is the inspector. We can open the a Word document. This basically is the documentation. So if you do it with a team, you have to do more than one document, but I just need a one pager. Yeah. So this is one thing that we are going to do today. We're going to pick element changes immediately. Yeah. So currently it's like this. If we draw in like here, and then I have this option random pick and pick another element. You see that the stone is black now, and now it's white. Yeah, that is due to the element inside of there. And this is a white stone, this is a black stone, but when I change it, the preview doesn't change. So what I need to do here is I need to destroy the object. Once this changes, I need to make a call so that the preview gets refreshed. Yeah, so there needs to be a call that tells the brush to I do it with a method call to say, okay, we need to refresh this, which is pretty easy because the inspector gives you the methods for that, for what if this value changes. Yeah, so that's pretty nice. But it's also possible to do this without making a call there. Maybe a little bit more dynamic. So if you just listen to changes to the variables inside of class, yeah, so that would also be possible. And now it's serialized properties though, so it can be a little bit, it would be a little bit redundant. Yeah, so actually it would be good to do it here because we already have a variable value changed listener in here, so that would give you the opportunity to implement a refresh function. I think you could also write something like, if these specific variables change, refresh. I don't want to make a generic refresh because then you have to write exceptions. You don't want to refresh if this changes or this changes, because this is the pick chance. So you can't just write if anything changes. We want to refresh the preview. Yeah, so I think we probably need to refresh preview function. Yeah. Also, we're going to implement then that into the transform options. And currently, these set the right values inside of the brush class. But if I do anything to the scale, nothing happens over here because currently it just sets a value, but it doesn't do anything with the value. So we need to implement that this value gets multiplied with the prefab scale or overrides the scale of the object here depending on the setting that you have toggled in here. If you toggled this on, this will be multiplied with the object, which is quite nice if you have because you can have multiple objects in here, and then you can say, okay, we're going to multiply it with every object, or you can set this off, yeah. So that's quite nice. Okay, let me sit down. So for today, the goal is to have the scale options to complete, to implement all the options inside of here in a complete way, and to react with the changes inside of these options to refresh the preview depending on what you do here, because you can see it's completely inconsistent right now. Now this should be a white stone, but the first stone did not refresh. Okay, so let's go. Oh, and one thing, I think food. I think I will eat at 16 o'clock. Yeah. I think I will have to look what kind of food I get at 15:30. I want to eat a little bit more today because I'm a little bit hungry. So I will have to look into what I eat, because if I make myself a rice-based dinner, it usually takes a little bit more time. But when I just don't have all the ingredients. Yeah, so I think I will do something half junk or something. Yeah, because I'm missing some ingredients when I think about it. I'll just look at 15:30 what I need, what I will cook. I have some really easy food options, but it's not always the healthiest one to just go with chips. Yeah, chips and something. Yeah, that is. Yeah. Okay. With 15:30, I will just look into cooking, and 16 o'clock is the aim for dinner. I aim to stream until 20 o'clock. Yeah, that should be sufficient for the given task. Okay, let's go. There's something else here that I probably want to show, and this is what I've been working on yesterday. So this is the inspector class right now, and this is the main code. So this has been cleaned up, so it now says this is the main visual element. So this is the main visual element, and oh no, this is the main visual element, and then it goes in here and say create source file field. This is this field. Yeah, create this toggle, and do this fold out, create the pick element option, so these two, and create random objects field, so this one. Create drawgen slider, the slider with the load integer field, and create the object distance field. So this has been cleaned up. So you go in here, for example, and look at this. This it's not a lot of code, so you you can also, before it was looking like this. Yeah, and every method would stand in here. But this is not complicated. You can understand that very easily. But if you add it up, like these are 300 lines of code. 300 lines of code and or 300 lines of text. That is not readable. Yeah. So I've toned that down into methods. So you can go in here and just you read this, you immediately know what it does. Yeah. And this is why I think this is a really nice thing to clean up. And yeah, I just wanted to show off how clean code can look. Now, the only thing in here, I think this method here, this is 200 lines of code. That's a little bit long, and you normally don't want to go over 100 lines. Now, this method does have two inner methods, I think. Oh, it's just one. Oh, two. Two inner methods. And they take up 60 lines of code. So this is approximately 150 lines of code. So a little bit bad because all the fields in here, you could make these, you could make the rotation fields, like these are two, you could make these into methods again and these also into methods. And so something that I might consider if this for load gets longer. But for the main purpose, I think this is enough for now. Yeah, because it gets into the right direction. Everything else in here, absolutely fine. Yeah. These methods here, they maybe have 10 lines of code, not counting. No, these are 15 lines of code. Depending on where you start counting. So yeah, these would be 28 lines of code. Yeah, depending if you count the brackets or not. Yeah, that's but it just adds up a lot. Yeah. Without the method and the method body and the bracket, it's 25 lines of code, and you see that putting all of the things into methods is not that hard. It's just copy pasting them, and I feel like when I see the code and it's like this inside of here. Now, the only thing that keeps you from doing this is doing this, come up with the method name, yeah, and copy paste it inside of here, and then make a return value. So you do have to put in some work. Yeah, it's not that this is natural, but I think this just makes me nod a little bit about coding. Yeah, you refactor everything. Okay, so I start with making the random pick. Changes in the random pick will refresh the preview. So I'm starting with that. Let's go.
Didn't know if you were busy tonight, but just if you're around, give me a text. Bye. On second thought, never mind. Things came up.
Shaw P viewers on Stream.com remove the space Z7Q31B1K.
This is going to be such an exciting day. I hope you enjoy it. I think you will. Don't speak. For some moments in life, there are no words. We are the dreamers of dreams. If the good Lord had intended us to walk, he wouldn't have invented roller skates.
Okay, we have a nice algorithm here for the random values inside of the stones. So how it works is pretty much it has a random multiplier. It takes the min scale and takes this value and determines how much difference is between the min and max. And then because we only roll one time at random between 0 and 1, we just multiply with the difference between those two. What happens is we take this min value and add this difference multiplied with the difference, which is randomized between 1 and 2 between two values. What happens is you end up with either this value, or something that is in between those, but you keep the aspect ratios. So notice what I do here. If the stone is big, you can see that it will always be big. If it's small, let's get a small one. You see that this one is squished. Yeah. Now the small ones will always tend to have this aspect ratio, and the max scale will tend to have this aspect ratio. So why does this exist, or why do I need that? Typically you don't do it like this. That's not what you do. Typically you have something like this, 0.5 or 1, and now you see the aspect ratio of the stone is always the same, and because this way the aspect ratio won't change, because we have one randomized value, one randomizer, and then add it to add the same randomizer to the difference. If we don't do that, let's see what happens. Now you can see that the aspect ratio varies a little bit between those two. Yeah. So why does that happen? It's because that's because I have to check something out. Oh yeah. Then if I then just takes the max value. Okay. Why does that happen? And that is because now it will randomize a value between those two, randomize a value between those two, randomize a value between those two. Why? Would that be cool? Now in this case you could have some extreme variation, and you still have to check, like this stone, that doesn't look good. That's too squished. So you would have to go in here, and I think this is in the y-axis. So especially the y-axis seems to be a problem here. But if we just double go for a value in between those two, see that this one is still a little bit too squished. Let's go on. And you have to try to get down the extremes, yeah, so that they still they have a little bit of variation in their aspect ratio and look a little bit different, but you avoid having these extreme values. Yeah, that's what you want. Now it looks a little bit more natural, like it's harder to see that these are the same stone. Yeah, every time, because the aspect ratio also varies a little bit. So it's something that you just expect to be able to randomize. Yeah, and if you randomize this, now I'm here in this case, I think it's good to randomize the y value a lot, but not the x value. Yeah, a little bit weird that it's maybe only randomize the y value. I think I'm wrong. I think I mix up x and y. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, that's much better. So this looks much more natural, and you can see these stones. They would pass as stones, but you still have to use a little bit of artistic artistic feeling here. Like I really have to look if, because they tend to be bad if I squish them in one side. I have to look that they look natural. Yeah. So you have to kind of try to match something that is still natural in the variation, and this is an example how you can do that. Yeah. So I think that's nice, and that's really cool. Yeah, so let's maybe draw a cat. Yeah, a beautiful cat. Now for the eyes, that will be a bit, I think I will mess up the eyes. Because I don't have enough space for the eyes. Yeah, and well, that cat looks a little bit grim. Should have maybe made the eyes like this. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I'm going off to cook. BRB in a couple of minutes.
me, grab coins with me, oh yeah! It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will soar away. Into the dark world.
Okay, sorry, I still had password manager open. Okay, so let me minimize that. Yeah, so this is my password manager. I have it on the 4th monitor right now, but that's nothing that I should show on stream. That's why I changed the scene real quick. So I will just straight up go and code for 70 minutes, and after that I'll be back to eat my dinner, because right now there's something cooking, and I'll be back after. Okay, so what we can do in the meantime is probably start with working on the rotation. Now currently you see when I go in here and draw something, that I pretty much just take the rotation of the target. Yeah, the target is this plane. So the plane, you can see the plane over here. This is how you can see that this pretty much just has a rotation to it. And if you add a rotation to an object over here, it should look like this. You can see, zoom in a little bit further, you can see that the object gets rotated when I do this. Yeah, so that would be, especially for 2D, the Z coordinate is quite handy, and that's why we are going to work on the rotation. First of all, I want to just work on the rotation overall, so that the rotation gets added to the rotation of the target and applied to the created object. And after that, we are going to implement a randomize function, so that you can say, I want to randomize between this rotation and this rotation, for example, yeah, to customize whatever you want. Yeah, okay, so let's go and work on that. just got a package with a new audio cable, which should be useful, hopefully. Because my old audio cable to my audio setup, oh, this one seems to be a little bit short. But the old cable doesn't work actually like it should. So this is something that I surely could test out. So then it looks compatible. It's a little bit too short though. That's something I might consider. Oh yeah, this 1 meter. Oh yeah, I sometimes underestimate length.
Hey hey.
Hey hey. Okay, we'll try out the cable later. Hey hey hey, Crazy Hunter. Hey, how's it going? Just have a few minutes until my dinner is ready. But cool to have you
All
here.
good, how are you doing?
I can basically show you what I've been doing. Yeah, so oh, I can maybe show you something crazy.
Sure.
So this is the inspector for so this is the inspector. This is a window, and I've rewritten this code so you can read it in one go. You go over this and then you can see immediately what each field does. So you can kind of see, okay, I have a problem with the source field, for example. This is the source field, and you can just go into the function and go in here. And it's much easier to read it like this, and I think it's kind of cool to immediately see how this field is constructed. So that's the first thing that I'm proud of this, but I think a lot of people would not understand why this is something that I think is good. Except for people who know what clean code is, of course. And with the brush, I've
Neat.
indeed. I've added a new I've added this field here, and now you can randomize the min and max scale, for example. And this is how it looks then, and you can see that it picks a random value between those two, min and max. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, so you can randomize the value a little bit more. You could also say that I want to keep the aspect ratios. If I put in the same aspect ratio here, you can see that it will now keep its aspect ratio,
That's
but
useful. Mass placed assets look more natural then.
yeah, exactly. And you of course still have to set it, but you have the options to just, for example, you can just set this with one go. You want to say, okay, 1/4 to 1. That is a little bit higher as a spread, because now that doesn't look natural anymore. But you can just adjust this very fast and just go and paint it in. So yeah, that's something that I think is pretty neat. And actually,
Useful.
thank you. Actually, the inspiration from this comes a little bit from, or it comes from Warcraft, the Warcraft 3 editor, because I think having brushes like this, it's just something that I expect to be there, to be honest, and not to have
Yes,
to.
the editor had a feature like that too.
Yeah. So the only thing that you could also do, and I'm thinking about maybe making an extension of the brush, but it will not be in the base brush. So you could just have a radius and place some plants. You had these fields where you could set the size of the brush, I think, and then you would draw in here, and it would draw in
Bigger brush size
like this.
basically.
Yes. I think that it had two options, a circle and a square. You could draw in a square. I would draw something like this, and you had these options. And so I think having a radius would also be cool, but this is not the, I say, base function, yeah? Because painting like this is cool, but then painting like this and like this goes a little bit against each other. And I still have my own use case where I can't have a radius. So yeah, but I'm working on these things, and I'm making good progress here, to be honest. Yeah, now I'm working on the rotation. Currently, whatever I put in here, thank you. Whatever I put in here, that won't be applied. So the rotation is the next thing that I'm going to work on, and I'm looking forward to that. But I only have a couple of minutes. I've got a timer over there, and it's gonna be very soon, and then my dinner will be ready. So
Oh, you need to go soon.
no, it's just dinner. Yeah. So yeah, I kind of got to go.
Okay, XD.
5 minutes. Yeah, but yeah, I still have to eat. Yeah. Now I'm actually trying a diet. Where I just eat 8 hours a day to get a little bit of extra smoothness. But aside from that, yeah, I still need to eat very, very well.
Speaking of eating, I shall maybe get something to eat too. Totally forgot since I got up D.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. There's people who always. I'm a guy. I get up, and I immediately have my lunch. Yeah, and there's people who don't eat lunch at all. Oh, and I hear my timer is beeping, so I'm off and eat a little bit.
I just forget to eat often.
Oh, it's just
Okay, enjoy your meal.
the first thing I do every time, but I really have to go, or everything will get too hot. So, thank you for stopping by. BRB.
see, you see, I see, I see.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Okay, I'm back again. Had my dinner, and now it's time to start. Okay, adjust myself. Took a little bit longer because I had to order something. It's beside the point. I'm working on the rotation now. And with rotation, I'm not really good with rotations, to be honest, because you have to calculate what you get in here into a quaternion, and a quaternion, and you have to calculate it big and to and back from a quaternion. It's a little bit. A quaternion has 4. It's a vector 4, and this is a vector 3. It's not always a little bit strange, and yeah, I'm not going to read too much into quaternion, but use the functions that I already have for another brush. Already have the prototype for this, so I will try to use that. Yeah, okay.
WB.
Thanks. Yeah, so basically what my plan is now to start with just having a value for rotation to plug it into the brush now. So you can rotate this. And after that, after I'm finished with that, I will make sure that I can randomize this value between 2 sets of values. Okay.
OKD won't disturb as much as last time XD.
You're not disturbing. I'm streaming, so if I'm talking to people, you normally just don't work 8 hours straight and never distract yourself. To be honest, so I just take it as the normal conversation. And actually, I gained a little bit by looking at your maps, for example. For me, it's also important to see what other people do. So I wouldn't say that it was disturb that you disturbed me.
OKD. But I know how hard it is to focus on coding while talking to people.
That's the reason. When I started streaming, I actually commented every time, every line that I was doing, But I found out when I stopped talking about the code and just did it, that the code quality improved a little bit. Because hard to explain. I think not every logic is good in words. Yeah, that's something. But on the flip side, when you're doing a coding interview or you have to talk to other programmers, they expect you to be able to comment on your code, and you also have to do the code comments and justify your blog. So not being able to comment on your code is also not a good thing. You should be able to do both, but I think in the end it's better to just work on your code without explaining everything. And then I always at the end and at the start of the stream I always take a break and try to strategize or summarize what I do or what I did, to have some kind of reflection about that. Yeah, so that's my current view on the topic, but you might have a different view on that.
Sounds like a good plan on how to do that. I streamed coding in WC 3 years ago when I was still actively doing it. I was commenting what I did and explaining how and what for, because I used to do it that way anyways, even when I was coding just by myself XD, so that worked pretty well. But interacting with people when they were asking questions or got into a wild different topic caused me to not continue work, as I instead engaged into those conversations. Ha.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's always your free choice to not engage in the conversation. That would be kind of mean, yeah. Maybe.
True, but I get easily distracted XD.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing about streaming is basically you can't just go on a page and watch some reviews or watch what I normally distract myself with is tech news. To just watch some tech news. Streaming also has its benefits. I think it's just cool to track yourself, and sometimes I like with you, I meet a lot of people who are also from programming space or coming from the modding scenes, and that's That's really what I like about streaming a lot. And normally I have like streams of 10 or 12 hours where nobody is talking, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Yeah.
XD well in those streams you can at least focus on your work D.
Yeah. We can hear something odd. I'm trying to give this 90 degrees angle, but because I'm not sure why it doesn't do 90 degrees. Looks like... Well, this is a little bit odd. Because normally you would expect... We put this at 0 degrees, 190, and 90, 180. So I think I have to work with Euler angles. This is something that is really weird with quaternions. Can't just add them up, I guess. Yeah, that's a little bit weird.
Bless you.
Thanks, bro.
Okay, that looks super nice. Yeah. So it looks like I'm through all of the options. With randomization.
Looks good, yes.
Thank you. You could also add an offset bit, but I don't really like that for the base brush. So with an offset, you could also draw something in here and say don't take the Z position of the plane that you are drawing on, but have it on another position. But you could just change the position of the plane, so having an offset is kind of odd, especially if you set the offset only on the X and Y value. So you would draw in here and the object would be here when you click here. So that would be a little bit odd. So that's why I think I want to skip the offset option for now, since I don't see much value out of it aside from the Z position. Yeah, might be. Let's just say that I absolutely would not use it. Yeah.
That's more useful if you create maps from top down to just spray scatter assets on the terrain.
Yeah. So currently you can actually use this top down. So if I just put this plane. So this is the plane, and I can just rotate the plane. Not like this. Not like this. Okay. Always the last option. And I can actually just draw on this like this. Yeah, I can actually draw like this. So having an offset is like super rare. I can draw top down. I mean, you could say.
For that type of terraining work, a random offset would be useful. Well, it doesn't work with 2D, but in 3D I would maybe agree. If you have grass and you want to have different heights, that would be nice. Yeah, give some more randomization options. I'm a little bit split between. I want to get out as many functions as I can with having a functional brush, and then I want to write extension examples where the brush has more options if you want them. So think of a forest and you just want to randomly place grass. For example, it's great that it spreads out to around your cursor, but for your use case I don't think it's needed.
Yeah, that's the thing. I have a this is not a parallax brush, but there's a case where I want to create a parallax brush, and for that I don't need the offset. Yeah, that's something. And for now, I think I would like to make another brush, for example, with a radius. Yeah, but that would be an extension. Yeah, so what I want to give is I give this plane brush. So it's a plane brush. It was in a plane. It does exactly what it says. And in here is a class that is called base brush. Yeah, and the base brush is supposed to be minimalistic and have all the methods that you need as for the base brush to work.
Yes, a radius brush would also work if you can adjust the density and placement to be random. True, that's basically the same.
Yeah. Just then would create another class that extends this brush and inherits that would make it inherit all the methods, and then you customize the option of the brush to also have an offset and a radius. Yeah, and that's something that I'm still trying to find the right way. Yeah, because with the offset, I'm like, I'm at 50-50 at the moment. If I want to have it in here, I'm on the one side, I don't want to be lazy, yeah, and say, hey, I can get this in. An offset is not easy. It's not hard to do. So it's just you add a little bit to the position. So I wouldn't say that's laziness. It's just that the first time you use the brush, it's a little bit better if the base brush is very, very bleak. If it only has the base functions. So you go in here, you only see these options, yeah, and this minimizes how much the user has to get. You already have these buttons. These are 8 buttons. I think about skipping on these 2 actually, but you have these buttons. These are for rotating left and right, and this is for flipping. Real quick. You have to choose your target, filter them. You have to select the brush, and then the brush has options. And by dialing everything down to only the most necessary things, I make the user can still, in a very short time, understand what the whole thing does. And then when he understands that, I want them to be able to pick another brush that extends the base brush and has more functions. But you would learn the most from the base brush, yeah, because it has less functions, and then you can understand what that does. And then after you have the base functions, then you can extend it. Yeah, I actually also want the user to be easily able to extend brush to his own needs. Yeah. So I actually had 2 offset fields in here, and also I already had the vector 3 property in here for the min and max offset, and I deleted them because I said, okay, I think I can work without them. Yeah. So I'm a little bit 50-50 at the moment if I want them to be in there. Yeah. Depends a little bit on.
So you try to offer a very slim basic tool that then can be expanded on for personal need. Good idea, I think.
Yeah. So because it's annoying when people push in stuff into you basically take this brush and people have their own ideas. They have their own project and their own needs. Sometimes you, for example, want to draw an object and change the material. Yeah, have this take another material, or here in the sprite editor, and swap things out, do some crazy stuff, or they want to draw something in and always add some kind of script or do custom stuff, or calculate that with some kind of rotation, have them relate to each other. I don't know. So it's always annoying when the base brush is too complex then, because if you have a lot of, the more things that you add, the more things are not going to be useful for the specific use case people are going to use it for. Yeah, and it makes it harder to read. The code quality gets lower, and in a lot of cases people make their own script with that, and half of the functions in there are completely useless for their use case. Yeah, and that is what I want to avoid. So currently I'm
Yes.
thinking I need to what I want to do next. I can actually work on these buttons here real quick. So this is rotate clockwise, rotate counterclockwise, which would just rotate the Z value 90 degrees, and flip X and flip Y, which is just going to put a minus in here or there. So that's really easy to do. And then the next thing that I would like to do is the erase function. So basically when you draw, you expect it to be able to draw, and then you expect some kind of eraser to erase. But the eraser needs a radius, because you can't just erase at exactly that pixel that you are clicking on. It is not going to work. So eraser will be a little bit harder. Since it also needs to be frame efficient. I think it's possible. And then there's two more functions. That is box fill, which is just going to works very well in 2D. If you just draw a box and then it gets filled out. It's something that's also up for debate if it's going to be deleted. And a pick. And a pick is basically what if you do this. It would pick a certain amount of game objects, and then you can just copy them. You would have them on your brush, and then you can like click. And that's also something there where I have to make some research. What do the most common brushes offer? Maybe look into the asset store or at the terrain brush. They offer something like this, and then decide if this is necessary, because it feels a little bit too nice to have and not much like this is necessary. Yeah, because...
So you would draw like it instead of spamming Control V.
Yeah, exactly. It's very useful if you do it with the tile. With the tile brush, it's very useful. So my inspiration comes
That's
from
very useful.
2D. In theory, that's very useful, but I'm not sure about the practice. So I'm opening the prototype here. And in the prototype there's also this function, this pick function, and I never used it. And I will shortly show you why it opens up. Because both of these functions, they sound very useful, but you pick something up then, and it just often turns out that the things just don't fit into the scenery. Like over here, I have, let's try this out. Okay. Okay, this is a little bit tricky because of the layer. So I can, no, it doesn't work right now. So this was able to pick the rocks inside of the layer. I'm not sure why it doesn't work right now. And then you were able to draw them in. But the problem with this is, you're able to do that, but then these rocks here, they fit exactly on that layer. Yeah, they fit, so they are exactly like here. And they just the terrain changes so much, so that doesn't work on other terrain. So what I did here is I would go in here with the mouse and just draw in with one stroke. And since everything is randomized, that was everything I needed. Yeah. And picking things up or making a box draw, we're like, I don't need this. I would say a box draw, that would be more useful, because then you could go in and fill this out. So the camera goes down here. That could probably work out. But with the pick function, you pick stuff up and then it just doesn't fit. That's kind of meh. It's super cool in theory, but then in practice, it doesn't work like that.
I see.
Yeah. When I go in here and pick the tile palette, let's try that.
I think in your use case it's not really useful, true.
Yeah, it's really useful with time maps though, because when you do this with the time map, you want to basically, for example, do this. Say, hey, I want to have this element again. And yeah, you can spam this then and repeat it. Yeah. And doing this by hand, this is going to cost a lot of time. Yeah, and it really makes sense to have this in a time map. This is also the reason why I had the idea to have this tool. And and a lot of other tools. I think
I
there,
see that, yes.
yeah. So, as basically why I copied it, but now I'm kind of arguing like, why do I need that when I think when drawing in objects, it's better to draw them in with a stroke and randomize. I can imagine one case. Where you won't want to repeat the same pattern, and that is in buildings. Yeah. So I currently don't use building blocks. But nature. But I could see if you would go into a room and have some kind of background with pillars. For pillars, that would make sense. It's a little bit. I still don't think it's that important though. Because even for what I use in the levels, I also have some interiors. Where I have some, for example, some torches. It's just too individualized. Like I have one case here where I have 3 torches, and you could copy them and put them down here. And I already have the tools for this here. And there's maybe this one guy who builds his whole castle with the same building blocks and repeats this same pattern. But you usually don't do that. It's kind of... It would be easy to see that the pattern repeats and it gets boring really fast. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. That's not really necessary because I can just I already have a picker here for game objects. Yeah. And I would say that's also the call why I say, okay, the pick function. I'm not going to do this because there's already a pick function that is different. It's just not a brush, but it gets a little bit redundant to have the same function where I can just Control C and Control V it to copy paste it. And yeah, I don't see this being that useful because you normally wouldn't do this that much. Yeah, like just what I have here in the example. I see the repetition just isn't there. The use case isn't there. It's not that important, so I can leave that out and maybe program in later if I think that it is necessary or overlooked something.
Yes, I think you are right.
Yeah. Because I basically do a function that is already there, but a little bit different, but it's not important. Yeah, that's the argument there. So with the box fill on the other side, I think that's quite neat to be able to draw in, also with some objects in here, and then fill out an environment really fast. It would be, I think box fill is much more important. So I'm probably going to keep that. No, I'm going to keep box fill, but not pick. I'm going to keep erase. Yeah, and there's also flood fill, and flood fill does this. This doesn't make sense with game objects though, so flood fill was always going to be cut. Yeah, so that's thought behind that. Yeah. And something that I maybe can try out here Okay, let's look at, does this support box store? Yeah, it does support box store. So you could use it like that. I still need to program a little bit more in. Interestingly, I need to be more careful here. Okay. And then you have to mess a little bit around with the values so it looks natural. But yeah. The example here with bats and barrels is not very good, and the example is not very good. But you can randomize the values in here. Normally you would do this with stones, or some vegetation, and just fill out an area. Yeah, and I think that's pretty neat. Yeah. Okay. So it sums up the plan, and also makes it so that I'm going to delete everything that says pick tool. So let's go in and delete the picker. Okay, so now we have deleted a button and the code structure that was intended to support a pick tool. There was nothing behind that, so the function did not exist. But it turns down the necessary support of buttons to one less. And then the next thing I want to do is either start with the erase tool, but I think it's easier to make the rotation support and flip support. So for these buttons here, I want to write the support since I now have the additional functions in here to be able to support these functions really easy. Yeah, you just have to add 90 to these two values to flip left and right. And for flipping X and Y, you also have to just put in a minus in here and call it a day. So that's pretty easy to do. Test. Okay.
Sorry I had to pick up food just now XD.
No problem, no problem. So, what are you eating?
I just ordered some burgers.
Just burgers. Hey.
I'll be eating then now.
Okay. Then, have a nice meal.
Thanks D. How is it going, D?
Well, so I'm doing this without my mouse now. So my mouse is here. And I'm doing this with hotkeys. Yeah, I'm not using my mouse. Rotating left and right. And now I'm working on flipping the thing. So if I don't constrain the proportions,
Nice.
it's working just as intended. Maybe for demonstration I can look like this. I see it's just flipping. But if I constrain the proportions, because constrain proportions is going to try to keep the proportions, it's automatically going to flip the whole thing, which is not intended. Yeah, so I'm trying to find a way around that. But aside from that, it's a good start. Also added the window support, so you can click on this to rotate. Now it doesn't really make sense to do so, but it's nice because you can see the hotkey over here. So that's maybe I will make a submenu here with the hotkey options, so that you can see in one go which hotkey options you have, so you can select the thing really fast. Yeah. But now I have to work on this little bug here, which is not what I intend to do here. Because this is not flipping the X. This is actually flipping the whole thing down. No, it's like rotating the whole thing. And yeah, it's just not intended. Yeah. So why does this happen? This is a function that keeps these values, when you change them, in sync, because you often just want to use this to have two values for the scale, and you don't want to change anything else, and then you just go in here. And what you don't want to do is go in here and without this option you have to type in the same value every time, sync that up, and that gets old very quick. So I think it's nice to have this option, but that also means that I have to think how I handle this bug here, and that is because of this. When this option is on, flipping doesn't work like intended. You see, I actually just want to change the first two values, and it automatically detects when I have this on if there's a change in any field, and then it will apply that change to the whole system. So it's a little bit but I will find a way to deal with that.
I see.
You can try to just turn it off, I hope. Yeah, so I'd see. Okay, I think I'm reaching a point where the tools are all working quite nice. I've been making some test work now, and currently I don't see any problem here.
Great.
Thank you. Where I would say this doesn't feel nice. So what I still had a problem where I was rotating the objects, and when I clicked, it would only react on the second click. That was some smaller error in the code, so I fixed that. Now I can rotate it, click, and immediately have a draw call, just like you would expect, basically. Yeah, so that works quite nice. I'm quite happy about that. I think I would still want the paint button to have a hotkey option that's missing right now, to have a hotkey for the paint button, because every time I do this, click on here, and then I have to go back with my mouse and click this tool button. Every time I compile, the tool gets deselected. That's something that you can program in, that the last tool gets automatically selected, but that also invites a lot of problems and errors. So not sure about that. It's something that basically you only need if you are programming on it, but I'm optimizing for usage. And I think you should do that, because you could have problems with other scripts then. So when you're recompiling, everything should be at the default stage. Okay, so yeah, everything seems to be working quite nice right now. If I flip I can flip the object. Now it's a little bit easier to see this when I disable any random. Let's maybe disable disable most of the random properties, and then I can see just flipping it 90 degrees is really nice, and then immediately draw something. Rotating and flipping, yeah, if you need that, that is. And yeah, that means I have support for these 4 buttons right now. So basically they do nothing but change the values in these fields, or in the brush, not in the fields. So these are just visual representations. Yeah, and I will now go in and add a hotkey for the paintbrush. And after that I wanted to clean up all the warnings that I can still find and call it a day, because the next topic then would be the fill function and the erase function, and these will probably take lots of hours, and they won't take as long as the inspector or the paintbrush. I think especially the erase function could be fairly easy, because you just have to go in, check is any object that is inside of the brush list in distance, and then delete them. Yeah, so that's pretty easy to do. But I would like to do that tomorrow, since if anything goes wrong with the tool, it could be a lot of work. Yeah, so I'm not sure about that. And with the box fill, it also sounds really easy to go in here, and then it has to make out positions according to this min distance. Yeah, so you have to go in and say 1, 2, 3, 4. That's easy in a row, but then you have to do this in a 2D box, and there's the problem is you do this in the inspector here on a plane, and you have to support it that it also works like this, and this is a little bit tricky to do actually. Yeah, so because there goes a lot of math inside. If I do it, if I'm lucky, it will be easy, but I would say I'm programming for a fair bit, and every time I think something is easy, it's going to cost me the most of the time. So yeah, so far about that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm adding a hotkey option for the paint function, and then I'll work a little bit on the code quality inside of the warnings, and just get rid of all the warnings. No, I think I should do that after I'm finished with the box fill and erase function. Now most of the warnings, let's just go in and look at them. If I find any, here are 4 warnings, for example. This parameter is not used. It's just, yeah, these are really easy to fix, but I want to go through them one time. So mostly it's just variables and stuff that is not used, and you can much autocomplete. But I want to do that after the eraser and box fill. So if it's not something where I'd say, okay, that's absolutely important while working on it to get rid of something, I think not use parameter here in this callback. That's not important right now. I will do it, but after I work on these 2 buttons. Okay, so a hotkey.
How long did you spend on making that own tool now?
So, let me compile because I'm finished. Can probably talk about that. But currently, I can just press Shift and B, and it will automatically select the brush without me, only with hotkeys.
Nice.
And we have that inside of this menu also. If you go inside of here, just have to make sure flip X, flip Y also has to be inside of here. It's one pronunciation, there's correct thing. Okay, so I've been working for this. I started in December 2023. I started, and that was in the other project, in this project, the project that I just showed you. This was where I started with the prototype, but it's not 1 year of continuous work. So on this base set, I've been working on since 1.5 months, plus minus, yeah. So on the base set, but on there's a lot of code from the prototype, and I've not been working on the prototype continuously, so it's a little bit hard to say. But I would say in total 3 to 4 months total time, where I would really say every day I worked on this. Now there's a lot of functions that are not inside of the base brush that I have not been able to implement, because yeah, that's going to be done later, where it is these parallax functions. I don't know if I have shown them already. There's a lot of parallax functions inside of here that are going to be useful later.
But still quite some amount of work.
Yes. So the main issue is actually not the 3D stuff or the 3D stuff or rotating things. And the main issue that I had is just understanding how Unity works. And sometimes you have Unity quirks where I'm completely clueless why certain bugs arise, and then you just have to find out. There's a bug that I can show that I've never been able to get rid of. I hope that it comes up. No, it doesn't come up. Currently, because I changed a lot of things, this brush doesn't work anymore. So that's one thing. There's a certain bug, for example, that just says inside of the grid brush it can't find a certain thing, and that's internal from Unity. And I tried to get that bug out for a long time and wasn't able to do that, and that has been quite a downer. There's also this here. This is the default brush, for example. The brush, my end goal is to make this brush. Actually, this brush is a parallax brush, and what it does is you can then just draw things in, and it has a parallax effect inside of the environment. So this is the goal of the brush, and this is also what I use for my own game. Yeah. and then I was working this with the inside of this tile palette of Unity, and based it upon it. And the original idea was not to make an own brush palette, to say let's skip that work, because Unity provides me with all these tool options, and that's pretty cool. But then problems became, and then I got a lot of problems. Problems did arise, where I said, okay, for example, this inspector field log Z position. This is something that I said, like, okay, I absolutely don't need that for my own set, because I can actually set the offset, the Z position, inside of here, so I don't need that position. But that is something that I inherited from the Unity brush, and you cannot turn this off. Yeah, I think maybe you can, but I didn't find a way. For example, lots of time, I didn't figure out how to do this. Then there's a lot of time just with the basic math, like rotations. So today I could just copied a lot of code over from the prototype, but that saves me a lot of work actually. And then there's this stuff. Now I know how to do this stuff here. Yeah, you see, of course, there's a lot of math just going on, which I programmed, and I'm basically did this just on with no base. I just came up with the math by myself. Nowadays I use a little bit more AI for math, because it's just so much faster. But yeah, then you learn a lot by doing this stuff inside of Unity then, and then you have to learn how to do it yourself. Yeah. Then the whole inspector system here, that's also something that I've been learning. This is a completely new system from Unity. Before they were using a different framework, and the last year they just jumped to a new framework. So I suddenly had to throw away all my inspector stuff and use a new framework, which was kind of, yeah, it's just a lot of time, yeah. But if I don't use their new framework, I know that in the future I will have to program everything completely from scratch again anyway. So I was like, okay, I have to make this jump sooner or later, and I'll always try to do the hard stuff first, so that I can then minimize the risk and have a better time estimate when I'm done with the more complicated stuff. Yeah, like having all these tools here and figuring out how to have a system where I can select brushes and stuff and get that inside of Unity. That's really hard. For example, the paint function here. On default, this looks fairly easy. Yeah, you just go in and paint. But you have to write a lot of support functions to make it so easy. And inside of here, I had to figure out how it works that you don't select stuff inside of Unity. Let me disable 2 lines of code. Now these are 2 lines of code, but yeah, that's also often a lot of lines of code get reduced and polished. But at the beginning it was like this. Now I draw things in, and what happens is it automatically selects this object that I'm drawing. So this is something that I had to turn off inside of Unity. The Unity support is kind of wonky about that one. And also when I'm making a stroke here, on default it would draw a box and select everything inside the box. So you also have to turn that off. So that's why I have these 2 lines of code in here. This sounds pretty easy, but when you read the documentation of this, the documentation is not that good. Yeah. The wording is kind of vague. So and the examples that I found how to do this were not my case, and I had to find out a lot of stuff on my own. And it just takes a lot of time. Where I would have liked that Unity just provides you the option to have some kind of tool or boolean that you can set to a certain value, and then you can make your own selection in here, or say, hey, selection of, but that doesn't exist, so I have to do that on my own. Yeah, that for example 2 to 3 days just to figure that out. Yeah, and because you figure this out, and then you find out some quirks, and it doesn't go right. So yeah. And yeah, I've been working on this for a long time, just because, I don't know, every button in here has a function, of course.
Such things usually are the real roadblocks, yes.
Yeah. So the roadblocks that I would think are the hardest is like setting the scale and rotation. That's something, when you start this, then you think that is the hardest part. The hardest part is the UI. The UI is way harder. For example, here to select where you want to draw on, yeah, and filter that by tag. That's way harder than rotating the object. The stuff that I did today, it was pretty easy. The bugs are not that complicated. But once you know how to make a hotkey, it's just hotkey option. Actually, that's done pretty well in Unity. It's this. You have to just add this, and at the end of this string, you have to add the hotkey option. This is for Shift. And this is the other button, the other hotkey that comes with it. And then I can press Ctrl Y in here when I have the wash tool enabled. Yeah, and then it executes this method. But you have to read a lot of stuff and learn it here. So then there's also planning, strategy, and clean code. Yeah, it just adds up again and again. I think something else that I might show is just how much code it is. If I only take the base brush, so what I've here, which is working quite nice, and only show the necessary scripts for that. These are 4 scripts here, and every script has at least, okay, not every script, but most scripts have at least 100 lines, and then this is the inspector, 300 lines. You say like 50 lines of code take a day for a programmer, yeah? So this just takes a lot of time. Now these are just 700 lines of code, but if you just go in and program them and don't optimize the code, it's way more code. And so I'm pretty happy that it's not a big code block. But that also explains why there are so many classes in here. These are act classes, for example. This is this whole inspector in here. And instead of having one big window, I've tried to make everything into smaller manageable parts. So that's why I have that many classes. One class is, for example, just for the toolbar. For this list is a class. This list is a class, and I think the logo is not a class, but the inspector here, that is a field, that is a class. So I try to have a strategy where I split everything into manageable chunks. Yeah, and that makes the work on the chunks faster, but on the other side you have to strategize and plan. It's more strategize your project structure more. Yeah? And everything else, I think, is try and error. And I have to learn how to make brush presets. So I can go in here and just create a new brush. And now I created a brush. Let's just call it T4444. This brush is now selectable in this list, and I can give it completely different settings than the other brushes. So you can have one brush for your... Okay, something went wrong here. So you can have one brush for vegetation, one brush for stones, interiors, or whatever. Something like in Warcraft you had these doodads, and you had different types of them, and that's kind of the idea, to separate the different things that you want to draw in here and have some kind of preset, that you're not going to take the same preset for vegetation than for interior. You're mostly going to end up with different settings that are nice and work. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going inside here, just not sure what happened. So try to refresh its preview. It shouldn't be a problem, but it is. It's interesting. And then, yeah, then you think you're finished, and I have no idea what happened here. Yeah, that's another thing. So I'm just tracking down bugs. With the amount of stuff that is going on here, even though I try to keep it simple, yeah, for a human it gets it's hard to not overlook anything here. Actually, I think even the best programmers struggle to keep up with their whole project. And don't get started with AI. AI is basically just a very bad programmer that you have to watch over. So most people think that AI is much better than a programmer, but if you let a AI cook, and I've seen people working with AI code only without a code programmer, it's going to get very, very rough, because the AI makes a lot of mistakes. It can even hallucinate variables or frameworks if you don't pay attention, or sometimes they make a reference to a variable that does not exist, and yeah, the AI is not the solution right now, even though the new AI models get better and better. If we don't get AI that kind of can really think and not imitate thinking, we are going to be stuck at a plateau right now, and we are at a point where the people who observe AI development say we are stuck at the plateau where we need to get to AGI, where it's more. I would have to look up the definition of AGI, But I think it's closer to human thinking and having consciousness. Okay, so I see what happened here. It's trying to find out how many objects are inside of this field, but it did not create this field yet. Okay, so that should be easy to fix. I just say, oh no, I can't just say new. Oh, I can. Sometimes it's easier to work with a list. This will of course cause some other issues.
I think AI can be a helpful tool, but you shouldn't rely on it, yes.
Yeah, I think AI is really interesting though, especially from an ethical standpoint. Now, yeah, the debates are just going on and on. And there's a reason why a lot of people say AI is the next big thing that is like the internet is going to change a lot. Now what I've seen that what AI is really good is getting a lot of money out of people. Because there's a lot of new things like image generation or music generation of chat, where you have to pay for your tokens, of course, in the end. And then a lot of people forget that AI is basically just possible because there's huge server structures that calculate all the AI things, and that costs energy. So it's not for free. And AI is very cost intensive in terms of energy. So it's not good for the environment exactly. So it's also why Google is kind of thinking about how they provide all that energy to the AI infrastructure, because if you don't do anything, it's just going to be coal energy from coal plants or something, and you're heating up the planet more and more. Yeah, just. But I also see a lot of people who are going in and they create their stuff in AI, and then they have these
That's true,
small.
but I'd say it's still more cost efficient than human workers.
That's a good point. But when I see people, they construct these new things, music, or for example, I also think about making music, background music for a game with AI, and you make these things and they don't come out perfect. Yeah, so you have to take the thing how the AI delivers it to you, and if you want to change things and the AI just did not learn how to make a certain pose, for example, that does not have 6 fingers, they often have problems with fingers and add a finger to your hand, because they kind of they are not content aware. They just take a big database, and then you do a lot of stuff, hope that it comes out right, test that out, and write your report. And often, even if you train yourself, don't even know why things work well and why not, because it gets so complicated in the network that it's hard to determine why things work and why not. But that's why there's a lot of testing and there's a lot of people working on AI. Yeah. And then if I make music with AI, it doesn't come out perfect. So I spend more money in making the next generation. And I generate more and more music, or I make my next picture where I hope that the hand does come out better randomly. And I generate and generate and generate. And I've seen people spend a lot of money and time to make things that people were doing before. And then they try to do that, but the AI always kind of fails a little bit, and then it goes on and on because it is so close to greatness. It's like an uncanny valley. Yeah.
It's true, it's a really good example, as I'm good at image editing, but I cannot draw things by myself, so I can fix those generated mistakes, but I could never draw the whole thing by myself. So for me, image generating is really great XD.
Yeah. And you can imagine I do draw by myself now. These are not drawings, but the game that I just showed, I showed that 2 hours ago, but everything in there is drawn by myself. Yeah, and I've some complex drawings and less complex drawings on a real good industry level image that an artist spends 2 to 3 days on. I spent 2 weeks on that full time. Yeah, it's really hard to do for me. I make that with AI. It does that in 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yes, I saw the assets you did on R202.
Yeah. And I think I've been working on them 3 months full time when I was a student. Yeah. So I'm making a little bit of money still from that, but you pick an AI, it can do it faster. But then when you want to do something special though, you kind of have to force your AI in that, and it just doesn't work really. It's more like the AI generates and you have to adjust your needs to the generation. That's a little bit twisty. So I think it would be nice if somebody would really go through with this and say, I make a project and I don't have this idea of a game or of the environment, but does this vice versa. I take the tools that I have of the AI and build my game around that. That would be quite nice to see. But I think a lot of people did not realize this yet, that AI is not good at certain things. And creativity, if it has to do something for the first time, or if it has to do some code and nobody has done this, or this is something that you just don't find on Google because it's too niche, AI tends to fail pretty hard. Yeah. So as I think a lot of people are going to do that.
I do that, but I'm a step lower as I can't program the game by myself. XD.
Yeah. So I understand that, but without programming, if you let the AI program, you still have to make some corrections. I think without programming completely, you can't go. So, and that's the very, very nasty thing, which a lot of people fail to see, that you still have to be an expert, a very good expert, to work with AI. In drawing is easy to explain and to understand, that you still have to, if I would make a drawing of myself right now and this part here fails, I have to draw this myself, the shoulder, for example. And that's not, to do that realistically is very hard to do. Like, I have to see that the lightning over there, this is going to reflect a little bit, and have a very, very good expert feeling about that. And you only get that if you trained a lot and are an expert already. So, and the same is with programming. When the AI fails with things that are complicated, and then the first timer comes in and doesn't have a clue, you're not going to learn how to make a Unity inspector field react on value changes if you don't know how an integer works or how a string works. Yeah, so it's still nice that the AI is not going to take your job. Let's say it like that. Yeah, so I'm actually a little bit scared because
That's
people
why I
think
didn't
that.
try to use an AI for coding, either trying to find someone who can code and has time and interest in it to work on it. That's also why I'm looking through the software dev section on Twitch from time to time, haha.
What you can do is, though, if you learn, or if you start, if you have a limited scope, then you can go in and just go and say, hey AI, how do I write a line of code probably that implements, that initializes an number. Okay, so I think a beginner would maybe not write initialize, but this is pretty cool. Yeah, to have an AI assistant that you can ask, and this is actually something that I think is pretty cool for beginners. AI and Stack Overflow. That's a chart. I'm not sure if I can find that. Oh, there it is. Stack Overflow is a site where people ask their programming questions, and you can see on this chart these are millions of questions. I'm not sure if this is per day that Stack Overflow has. And you can see that with the introduction of ChatGPT, the number of questions asked in programming questions did drop significantly. And that shows that a lot of programmers have stopped to ask questions on Stack Overflow, because they can just go in and ask something like this. The primitive questions, which are very important, you can just ask them to an AI and they will give you the answer. Now, there's something really nasty about that, though. AI tends to just go on Stack Overflow, looks up all the answers, and then makes up their answer from that. So if nobody is going to ask the question, and in a future point that might be the case, how is AI going to know like that? Impossible with the current state of AI. Impossible. Yeah. So we are not there where we can say you can do everything without AI, because if you ask AI something that has not been asked before, it probably is going to give you an hallucinated answer that is made up. And I'm a little bit concerned about people trusting AI too much, because I've seen people do that. Yeah. Okay, but for today, I think I'm going to call it a day for now. I mean, I just said that because buttons here work. I don't have any big errors. So, yeah, thank you for tuning in so far. Has been really a fun time today, and I still have something to do.
Alright, have a nice evening.
Thank you. I will just cross out everything here in my list. So react on pick element changes. It's done. Then randomize between two values. I've done that. Rotation. The 3 toggles. This is done. Scale is done. So all the transform options are done. And the paint tool, that is also now complete. Okay, so these are the tasks, these that I just have here. These are the tasks that are still remaining until I can say I have the brush base tools complete. Okay, so thank you, and I'll be heading off. Yeah, I'm going to the supermarket, I guess. Thank you for tuning in and watching, and I'll be back tomorrow. Bye!